right. Good morning, everyone. Christina, we all set? This is the House Election Law Committee. We are here for public hearings and executive session on a number of bills. Before we get going on our business, I ask that everybody recite the pledge with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. As stated, we have public hearings beginning at 9:30. Between 9:30 and our 10 o'clock hearing, we will be doing an executive session on one bill, and we will proceed with the rest of our public hearings for the morning. We will then take a break and begin executive session this afternoon. So with that, I'm going to open the public hearing on 1153. 1153 is relative to absentee ballot requests. And with us to introduce the bill is Representative Peter Terosian from Atkinson. Welcome, Representative, to that side of the table.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to you and the distinguished members of this committee. For the record, my name is Peter Terosian. I represent Rockingham County District Number 14, which is the town of Atkinson and Plastow. I'm here as the prime sponsor of House Bill 1153, relative to absentee ballot requests. This is a pretty straightforward, and if you look at the language, it's a pretty short amendment. And what this bill does, it clarifies that an absentee ballot may not be, and this is, we're talking about an official absentee ballot, may not be mailed to an absentee voter before that absentee voter has been signed up and is listed in the town as a voter. So in other words, right now under current law, anybody can request an official absentee ballot and you don't have to be a registered voter. What this bill does, it amends RSA 657:12, and 657:12 states that upon a properly executed application for an official absentee ballot for general election, whether the form is supplied by the Secretary of State, the federal official postcard, or a written statement containing the information required by RSA 657:4, a town or city clerk shall forthwith ascertain if the applicant on the checklist is on the checklist for the town. If they're not, an official absentee ballot won't be mailed. So if somebody is rejected of getting an absentee ballot because they haven't registered yet, they can then register to vote. If they're legal and a resident of that town to vote, they can register to vote, and such time an absentee ballot will be sent to them. So this kind of puts the horse before the cart instead of the other way around. It's a common sense bill that requires that you are registered to vote before you get an official ballot. And the reason for this is to ensure that, again, it's a voter integrity item. It's important to keep track of ballots, and if we have a bunch of ballots floating around going to somebody that's not registered to vote, that's problematic. So this cleans it up, and I hope you support the bill. And with that, I'll take any questions that the committee may have.
Do committee members have a question? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. So does that mean that, say, someone who was disabled and homebound would have to make two efforts would have to register to vote by mail and then make another effort to get the absentee ballot after doing that?
So there's no exclusion in this. Anybody that wants to vote in New Hampshire has to be registered to vote before they get the absentee ballot. Having said that, the application can be sent in, and you don't have to. So let's say you want to go down to the town clerk to register to vote. You can do that, but you don't have to make another trip if you're going to vote by absentee ballot. You can send your request in. This simply says you have to take care of step one first, being registered. Step two is then apply for the ballot.
Question. We're here. Representative Bergeron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question. There is a provision in state law, and I don't think it's this provision, it's another one, where if someone is registering to vote by mail, they have the right to request an absentee ballot at the same time. And both the voter registration application and the absentee ballot are sent to the polls on election day. First, the voter registrar has to determine whether the person is eligible to be registered or not. And if so, then the moderator can rule on whether or not to cast the ballot. Is it your intent to do away with that procedure?
Well, again, the intent is to do, as I mentioned in testimony here, to ensure that when somebody applies for the absentee ballot, that they're registered before that is sent from the town clerk. Nothing in this language prevents somebody that wants to go down and same day register from doing that. So it doesn't preclude that. But again, it's to prevent somebody getting an official absentee ballot that is not at that point in time legally registered to vote.
The Secretary of State's office has signed up to speak on this bill. Further questions? Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. I'm sitting behind you, unfortunately, but
That's all right, I can see you out of the corner of my eye.
there's a mirror, maybe we can. So if the intent, you're adding one sentence, this bill would add one sentence to RSA 657-12. And that one sentence says that under no circumstances shall a clerk mail a ballot unless the person has submitted an absentee ballot application. So no ballot without first an application. That's what's being added. There's nothing in the, is there anything here that speaks to whether someone's been registered? I think this one sentence, as I read it, only speaks to whether someone has already submitted an application.
Thank you for the question. Well, it amends the RSA 657:12, and that's where it indicates that you have to be registered to vote prior to the town clerk sending the ballot, the absentee ballot, to the individual.
Further questions? Representative Hamer.
My understanding is this already occurs, doesn't it? In Manchester, we don't mail out ballots unless you're a registered voter.
Thank you for the question, Representative. I consulted with the now retired Secretary of State on this, and he indicated that there are cases where absentee ballots go out. In fact, and I can't speak for the current Secretary of State, but the then Secretary of State supported the idea of making this amendment.
Thank you.
Further questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Terosian. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Dan Healy from Derry. Good morning.
Good morning. Dan Healy, representing New Hampshire City and Town Clerks Association, and we oppose this bill basically for the reasons that Representative Bergeron just mentioned. We do currently have some circumstances where we send out absentee ballots requests, the request form, to people that aren't currently registered. They request the absentee registration packet, and along with that, we send the request form to them. They would need to fill out everything, have it approved before their ballots counted. So there are a few circumstances. We do have some residents that will write a letter requesting an absentee ballot, and we'll take that as their initial request. We'll send the absentee request form along with the ballot. They need to complete that request form before their ballots counted. So we don't actually count any ballots without a request on file, but there are a few circumstances where it's beneficial to send out the request along with the ballot. People call a few days before an election, they don't have a printer, they might be elderly, they don't have access to print out the application and send it to us. So to save some back and forth, we do send the requests. with the ballot, we get that back, but none of our ballots are counted unless there's a request attached to it. So I'd be open to any questions.
Questions from committee members for Mr. Healy? Seeing none, thank you.
Well, I have a question.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
So, what you're saying is sometimes this would be people who are not registered for whatever reason, but they want to get an absentee ballot. Would this be people who are in a nursing home in Derry, things like that?
Yeah, sometimes it is the nursing homes. We have made a point to go to the nursing homes. The past year or two, it's been a little bit more difficult, so we'll send the absentee registration packets and all that along with the absentee requests, and they get help from the staff there filling it out. It's college students that just turned 18. They're away at college. They want to vote in Derry where they live. So they'll request the absentee registration packet, and they'll want to vote in that election too, so we'll send them the request. And if it's, close to the election, we'll send the ballot too, but they have to complete everything. Everything has to be done correctly. If their absentee registration's not done correct and the supervisors reject them, their ballot gets rejected. If they send the registration but not the absentee ballot request, there's no request for that ballot, the ballot gets rejected. So they still have to have everything done and complete and sent back to us for the ballots to count. So we're not just sending out ballots to people. They have to have everything, all their paperwork has to line up.
Further questions for Representative Lane?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if this bill passes, it's going to be a lot of extra work for both for the staff and for the person trying to vote?
So if this bill passes, we'd have to do everything in steps. So the first step would be, if they're not registered, to send them the absentee registration. Once they get that, we couldn't send the ballot along with anything, basically. So it would require a little bit more mailing, and it might make it so someone doesn't have enough time, depending on how close to the election, to get their ballot back to us, depending on when they do the request. I mean, they should be doing the request with time, but people don't always do that. It's a few days before. But if we send the request with the ballot, then they're able to get it back to us in time.
Further question?
Thank you. So just based on your experience, how much time then should someone be requesting this if they're going to go to this two-step process? A month?
Yeah, I would say the earlier the better. We have the forms available. Like, we have the town election coming up. If someone is away and they're not going to be back, we could send them the absentee registration now. So when someone calls, we always recommend, the earlier the better. But I'd say at least a few weeks if we're going back and forth with the paperwork.
Further questions? Representative Barry?
I just want to clarify something that you said, because it struck me. So you said you don't just send ballots out to just anyone. But my understanding is you are sending ballots out to just anyone. Because you said that if I call up your office and I say, hey, I live in Derry, let's say it's a week before the election, right?
Yeah.
I need to request an absentee ballot. You just said you are going to send me a ballot.
Yes.
Like, you said that, right?
So we would send a ballot. So if you don't have a printer or you don't have a way to get the application to us, we would, in circumstances, we will send a ballot along with the application, but you have to complete that. And we're not sending it to just anyone. They have to initiate a contact with us, so a phone call or whatever to us first, requesting that they're looking to vote in that election. It's mainly for the people. The people that utilize it now are the ones that don't have a printer, or they don't have a way of getting the application in time. There would be no way that they would have time to vote if we didn't send it.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you for that, and I have a further question. If a person you go through that situation and you send the ballot and the request for registration, and then the supervisors of the checklist don't accept that registration. There's some problem. They don't have the paperwork correct. Something's going on. They don't have proof of residency that they've sent in. And then they send you the absentee ballot. What happens to the absentee ballot in that case?
So the absentee ballot would be marked as rejected, and it gets stored with all the other election materials for the 22-month retention period, if it's a state or a federal election. And then if it's a town, it would be stored for 60 days and then disposed of. But it would not be counted.
Further questions from committee members? Mr. Healy, I have a question. Can you recall a time when you were requested a ballot either by phone or in writing where it was not sent?
You mean the ballot was not returned to us, or?
No, that somebody requested a ballot either by phone or in writing on whatever, because you said even if I just write it on a piece of paper without the application.
Yeah.
Can you recall a time when you did not then send the ballot?
I cannot. So if we get a request, we would send.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
we would send it.
Thank you, that was the answer. Further questions from committee members? Thank you for coming.
Thanks.
Also signed up to speak on this is Rusanne Schuster.
Thank you, committee chair. Thank you, committee members. I know you folks have heard from me a lot, so I'm going to try and keep it brief. What I think this bill does, and I think it's very, very necessary. There are other bills out there that is being considered with regards to college students being able to vote remotely, that they can actually sign up to, they can actually request an absentee, that they can actually request the process 6 months before the election that they want to vote in, if they're going to turn 18 before the election day. So with regards to college students, I don't think that that's causing a problem, because to be honest with you, with responsibility, with privilege comes responsibility. And you folks have heard a lot of problems with voter integrity in our state, and a lot of it says, they say it's because of the college students. I don't know. I'm not involved in that process. However, it would allow the people of New Hampshire that don't trust our election integrity, a bill like this would put a little bit back in their hands. The previous speakers spoke a little bit about now the town is going to the nursing homes, and my town has a lot of nursing homes and assisted livings. We had more people vote by absentee ballot from those facilities than we ever have before. Now, am I saying there's something nefarious going on? I don't know. I haven't done the canvassing for my town. However, it has raised concerns. I know absolutely that I have, since the 2020 election, I have people that live in some of these assisted livings and nursing homes and said, oh, I've never voted. And I've gone to my town hall and they were registered as voting in 2020. That's a reality. Now, did it happen from my town clerk? Did it happen from the director of the nursing home? I don't know. The way our laws are set up is it makes transparency almost impossible, because we allow the director of the nursing home to say, these are all legitimate ballots. These are all legitimate. I went down my entire list of residents and requested ballots for them, and they signed, and I got the absentee ballots. They filled it out, and I'm authorizing that they're all legitimate. So that's to me, that's putting our town clerk in a bad position. Our town clerk is now saying, I have to trust this director, this executive director, that they're being honest with these ballots. That's not a good place for even the best town clerk in the world to be. And now with regards to, I want to talk a little bit about what happened in my town in 2020. And I don't know how it happened, but I know I have one undeclared, one Democrat and one Republican living in my house. I know that the undeclared person received an absentee ballot without requesting it in the primary election, not the general election, but in the primary election, they received an absentee ballot actually, I think it was it was after the primary and before the general election. No, primary you have to declare, right? So it was before the primary election that they received the application to change their party and an absentee ballot. Only one of the two absentee ballots. So if they chose to, let's say they filled out the paperwork and wanted to be a Democrat, they only received one of the two ballots, either a Republican ballot or a Democrat ballot. And I'm not going to get into it here which one they received, but definitely speaks to issues with integrity. Do I know that came from the town? Absolutely not. I don't, because it was a P.O. box, and it's not the P.O. box that our town uses. So again, we're talking about integrity of elections here in the state of New Hampshire. We're first in the nation. We should be above reproach, especially when it comes to election integrity. And I think that this one little sentence right here does not prevent folks from exercising their right, but it puts some responsibility and integrity back into that process. Lastly, our town clerks, you heard from the last representative, or the last person that spoke, that our town clerks have a really hard job. When they get those ballots back, they have very limited time right now. This would give them more time to do their job correctly, and I believe that it would be less likely to have. So right now, you send your absentee ballot in. If you made a mistake, your vote didn't count, and you never know. Unless you know enough to go online and look it up, because my town's very good. It'll say right there, did you vote in this election? Yes or no? I'll speak to the special election that we had last year. Special election we had last year in my town. I was out of town. I asked for an absentee ballot. I used a service that would ensure that it was mailed to me in time and mailed to my home, and then it was mailed to me because I was out of town unexpectedly, and that I mailed it back to my town all within the time period. When I went online, my vote didn't count. I don't know why. I don't know that my vote wouldn't have made a difference in that special election. If it had been one vote, I would have made a deal about it, but it wasn't. But the bottom line is that the reason why you have heard a lot from me over the last couple of months is because we need to prove we have lack of trust. We need to stop the divide and come together and say, I don't think my town's guilty. I don't think my town clerk's guilty. I don't think my moderator's guilty. I don't even know if the machines are guilty at some point. Let's put integrity back in these elections a little, even if it's only a little bit at a time, and this is a good start.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Any questions for Ms. Chester? I'm not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak on this bill is Katie Gargano from the Secretary of State's office. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Katie Gargano, and I'm representing the Secretary of State's office. The first thing I'd like to note is I was not aware of the representative's intent to not send a ballot without being registered first. I didn't read that in the existing bill. So I'm going to have to check with our Secretary of State, Dave Scanlon, on how this would affect our current process of doing absentee ballots.
Well, we might be able to ask him
Yes, 'cause
directly.
perfect timing that he walked in the room. But we
But he knows even if he's Secretary of State, he's going to need a pink card.
Okay. So we were originally in support of this bill because it reinforces the existing requirements to request an absentee ballot and ensures that best practices are followed by our town and city clerks. But I definitely think that there may be some other RSAs that have to be amended to do his full intent if he doesn't want ballots sent without them being registered first.
Thank you. Further questions? Any questions? Sorry, Representative Lane.
Just to clarify, you were of the opinion that it wasn't requiring, that it wasn't prohibiting sending the ballot
Correct.
as written.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
In the existing law, yeah, it says that you can still send a ballot with the paperwork if they're not registered.
Correct. Okay. Thank you.
Further questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks.
Is there anybody else who wants to speak to this bill? I don't know that it's necessary. I think the witness just answered that current law allows sending the ballot with the actual application form. All right, I'm not seeing any other questions. I have no other pink cards. Where did Representative Terosian go? Could you come up with the pad for me? I'm not relieving you of your usual duty here. And we'll see who has signed up. And Christina, I don't have the electronic comment sheet that I usually have. Thank you. And today we have persons who have signed up in regards to 1153, and of the people who have signed up and not spoken, we have 2 in favor and 3 opposed. So thank you, everyone. And with that, I'm going to close the public hearing on 1153. Our next noticed item is a public hearing on 1324 at 10 o'clock. However, in accordance with the noticed ability to hold executive session on pending legislation at any time throughout the day, I am convening or beginning executive session on HB 1496. Just so everybody who's listening know, I did, albeit last night, let everybody on the committee know that we were going to be doing this, and we will be taking a short break afterwards. This is required because of this chair's failure to recognize last week that when we continued discussion on this bill to allow a member to make an amendment, it is an early bill, which means it needs to be reported out of committee today. I had thought I had been clever and gotten everything done last week. So this needs to happen this morning because it needs to get in the calendar that's being published today for session next week. So with that, we have 1496. You have also received an amendment. That was the reason we had continued it. It is amendment number 2022-634. Is there a motion on HB 1496? Representative Barry.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I move that we adopt amendment 2022-0634H to HB 1496.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Representative Sweeney seconds. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, Madam Chairman, we heard about this bill. This is the bill that allowed anyone to have access to the electronic copy of the statewide voter database from the Secretary of State's office. We had extensive debate about it. Basically, the conclusion that I came to was that, or belief that I've held always, is that the voter list is in fact public information. How you vote is private. The fact that you vote is not. But listening to the privacy concerns
I tried to find a middle ground and a path forward so that the Secretary of State's office wasn't inundated with tens of thousands of requests for copies of the statewide database. But the simple fact of the matter is that the database is public. You can go into any town clerk's office or wherever the town is hosting that voter checklist, and you may view that checklist currently. You may also request physical copies of that checklist, but you may not get an electronic copy. So what I did was amend 1496 so that any registered voter of a town may request the voting list from that town. So they do not get access to the statewide list, but if you are, throw a town out, you are in Bedford, a Bedford registered voter may request from the Bedford town clerk or supervisor of the checklist an electronic copy of the Bedford checklist. I put in certain kind of stop points so that you don't have somebody submitting a request, day after day after day. They can only request it once per month. And the town clerk or moderator only has to provide a checklist that is current up until the last month. So that way they don't have to pull a new checklist every single day. They can pull a checklist hypothetically on the first of the month and dole that checklist out for the remainder of the month. So that is what I did there. And I'm happy to. Am I allowed to take questions in executive session?
Yeah, we're
I'm happy to take questions or the occasional grilling, and hope we pass this.
All right. We did have a discussion on this. We did hear from the former dean of the House as to privacy issues and a couple of other things. Representative Bergeron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to vote against the amendment, and if adopted, I'll be voting against the original bill. Partly because in some aspects, the changes really aren't needed. Beginning with line 7, where the checklist shall be furnished as a physical copy or an electronic copy in spreadsheet form or using comma-separated files. Existing law already says the supervisors of the checklist may provide the public checklist on paper, disc, tape, electronic transfer, or any other form. So existing language already covers this proposed amendment. The second objection I have is that electronic list shall be the version updated within the last 31 days. The supervisors of the checklist do not meet every month. A voter registration form is an application to be added to the checklist, and it's only when the supervisors of the checklist actually take the action to add these people's names to the checklist are they added to the checklist. So I don't know if this is going to imply or require that the supervisors of the checklist meet every month. So that's kind of vague there. And then, although I appreciate the change that the sponsor of the amendment has made, limiting the availability of these lists to residents of the respective town or city, the checklist is available for public inspection in the clerk's office at any time. I still think it's an intrusion on a person's privacy to make this available in a broader way, and I really don't see any need for it. I just think it's an invasion of privacy at this point. It's public information; anybody can view it, but I don't think it needs to be distributed in electronic form. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion on the floor, which is to adopt the amendment. Representative Groen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask Representative Berry, it says here the supervisor of the checklist or city or town clerk shall furnish one or more physical copies or an electronic copy in spreadsheet form. Is that at the discretion of the supervisor, checklist, or clerk, whether they provide physical or electronic, or is that at the discretion of the person requesting? I'm not sure that I see the clarity here.
Thank you, Representative. So lines 9 and 10, electronic copies shall only be available to residents of the respective town. Electronic list shall be the version updated. But the way I would read it is the shall furnish is leaving the discretion to the person requesting. It's clearly the intent of the bill that of the amendment that it shall be up to the person requesting it. I guess if you really want, I don't read it like that, but I guess if you wanted to get really into the into the legal aspect of it, but no, definitely the legislative intent is it shall be furnished in electronic form if it is requested as such. Also, to Representative Bergeron's point, it is not the intention that they will be meeting every 31 days. It's just the most current version within the last 30 days. So if they haven't updated it, then there's no need to pull a new file.
Further discussion on the motion on the floor, which is the adoption of an amendment to 1496, Amendment 634. Thank you. Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Barry, is there a difference between the public checklist in RSA 34 Roman numeral 2, which your bill addresses, and what would be provided by the Secretary of State in RSA 654-31 Roman numeral 4, where it says you get the list of registered voters and the voter history. So I'm really wondering, is voter history included in this part of the law that your bill addresses?
I do not believe that it is, because it's the copy of the checklist that's publicly available. So it's the electronic version. If you were to walk into the town of Hanover's town clerk's office and look at the checklist, it would be the electronic version of that checklist that you can already view.
Thank you.
Further questions or discussion on this?
Madam Chair.
Representative Lane.
Thank you. Representative Barry, I mean, I hear what you're saying about you intended for it to be at the discretion of the person making the request, but I don't think that when you read it that that's necessarily what it says. So my question to you is, do we need another amendment?
I don't know if we have time for that at this point. I mean, if we need to clarify it, I'm happy to work with the Senate on it. I don't want to see this go away. I'm not gonna go die on the hill of language. That's the intent, but I'm happy to fix it if that gets you on board. I will commit to that. And if it does need to be tightened up, I'm happy to do that. But I don't know if we have time at this point to do that.
Further questions? I will say I had an amendment sent to me late yesterday afternoon. I said, yes, that's what I want, and I just sent an email saying, am I confused? Am I getting another amendment? So I think there's a lot happening across the street right now.
This was not version 1 from OLS. I will tell you that.
Any further discussion on the motion which is before us, which is to pass Amendment 634 to House Bill 1496? Seeing none, I'm going to ask my clerk, Representative Hayward, who has gallantly stepped in to assume these duties because Representative Wells was not able to come today. Representative Hayward, would you call the roll? The motion is to amend 1496 with amendment number 2022-634H.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien. Yes. Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Clerk is a yes. Representative Terosian.
Yes.
Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Groen.
Yes.
Representative Quayle. Yes. Representative Bergeron.
No.
Representative Ward.
No.
Representative Perez. Representative Hamer.
No.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Freitas. Representative Hamlet.
No.
Representative Muirhead.
No.
Mr. Clerk, you forgot to call my name.
No, Representative Barry, you clearly said yes, but the chair votes
I'm
yes. Oh,
Representative. First time through.
It's okay.
Representative Alexander.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes, you're doing a great job. It is fine. Don't worry about a thing. I just heard a noise from that corner, and I assumed you had all voted.
Madam Chair, the vote is 10 in favor, 8 opposed.
All right, the bill before this committee at this point is HB 1496 as amended. Is there further discussion? Is there a motion?
Yes,
Representative Barry.
yes, Madam Chairman, I motion that we adopt HB 1496 as amended.
Is there a second?
I second that, Madam Chair.
Representative Sweeney seconds it. Is there further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
And clerk says yes. Representative Terosian.
Yes.
Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Groen.
Yes.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Bergeron.
No.
Representative Perez.
I'll vote no, too, while you're at it.
That would be Representative Ward.
Representative Ward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Hamer.
No.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Freitas.
No.
Representative Hamlet.
No.
Representative Muirhead.
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
The vote is 10 to 8.
Thank you. 1496 will be reported as OTPA. We are going to break until 10:30, and I apologize that we're putting public hearings behind the 8 ball here this morning. We're going to break until 10:30 to allow the majority and minority to complete a report. So this may be sent out to be in the calendar next week to meet with House guidelines. Again, my apologies. This is my fault for not recognizing it was an early bill last week. We are in recess until 10:30. Christina, oh, let me ask everybody, has anybody else had a green light flashing on their mic? Okay, Christina, we had an issue with these mics last time with them going red, green, and it is happening again today.
Madam Chair,
So-
I can clarify that. So green means that you're the next one waiting in line. There's only a certain amount of microphones that can be on at the same time. Red means it's on, green means you're next in line, and green means you're in the wait list to be heard.
You gotta turn them off. The problem is we leave them on.
Members leave them on for too long.
All right, and I'm leaving mine on all the time. All right, I'll be a little more vigilant about asking people to turn them off. Okay, thank you. All right, 10:30, we'll be back, everybody. Quick writing, please. minutes late. All right, it is 10:30. This is the Election Law Committee of the New Hampshire House of Representatives. We are reconvening after a recess. We have done the public hearing on our first bill this morning. We had to deal with a matter for executive session, and we are now back in public hearing. The next noticed bill for public hearing is HB 1324, establishing a formula to allocate presidential electors to presidential nominees. I have one pink card, and that would not be somebody that would be entitled to introduce the bill. So I want to thank Representative Alexander for standing up for it. And Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Joe Alexander. I represent Hillsborough District 6, town of Goffstown. I am just here on behalf of my colleague as a favor to introduce Bill HB 1324. I am not taking a position for or against. I'm just here as a favor. So with that, the bill's introduced. I will not be taking questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Also signed up to speak on HB 1324 is Alvin C.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. My name's Alvin C. I live in Loudon, and I'm opposed to this bill. This bill is to change the way the presidential electors are allocated from New Hampshire after a presidential election. Currently, we allocate all 4 electors as a group to whoever wins the highest number of votes for the president. This bill would establish a based on proportion of votes for candidates. And based on this, most likely every presidential election, 2 votes would go to the Republican and 2 votes would go to the Democrat, because we're fairly evenly split, and usually there's not a significant third party or independent candidate. I did do a hypothetical if there were a strong third party or independent candidate, such as Ross Perot or John Anderson or a few of the others that have had strong standing. In this case, candidates A, B, and C getting 44%, 43%, and 13% respectively. This formula gives A at 44%, 1.76, which rounds up to 2 votes. B at 43% gets 1.72, which rounds up to 2 votes, and C gets 13%, or at 13% gets 0.52, which rounds up to 1 vote, which adds up to 5. So then the instruction on line 12 takes away the A vote from the second highest vote getter, which then results in A having 2 votes, B having 1 vote, and C having 1 vote. And in this particular case, the candidate who is almost tied for first place loses a vote, while the distant third place candidate keeps a vote. The other issue that I have with it, beginning on line 24 with if complaints are filed attesting to voter fraud, I think that suggests that 2 or more complaints would require the Senate to begin public hearings. And I suggest 2 as a minimum, since the word complaints is pluralized. And it should be easy enough to get 2 complaints in any election in the state. I'll take any questions if you have any.
Questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much, and thank you for going through the bill. Also signed up to speak on 1324 is David Scanlon, Secretary of State. Is that for all committee members? Yes. Okay, you can pass that out. Go ahead. You have to push it so that the red shows in the
There we go.
microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State, and Alvin C. just did a great job giving my testimony. So I am going to be very brief. Right now, New Hampshire's 4 electoral votes are a prize to whichever presidential candidate happens to win New Hampshire in the general election. If House Bill 1324 were to pass, unless a candidate won by a landslide in New Hampshire, both candidates of the major political parties would effectively get the same 2 electoral votes each. And if that were to happen, there would be really little incentive for a candidate to come to New Hampshire and campaign here because the outcome is really already determined. There could be an instance, as Alvin C. mentioned, where there would be a strong third-party candidate that could actually, by winning 13, 14, 15% of the votes in New Hampshire, claim an electoral vote and actually take that vote away from the second-place candidate who might have a very strong showing. I think you'd have to question the fairness of that happening. What I passed around was simply an example very similar to the one that Alvin C. gave of playing out the formula that is in the statute, and you can see the same results on this example that he gave in his testimony. So I will stop there, Madam Chair, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from any committee members? Representative Muirhead.
Thank you,
Representative
Madam Chair.
Trojan, could I have the clipport when you have a chance? Go ahead,
Secretary
Representative.
Scanlon, do you know, off the cuff in the back of the envelope, it looks to me like had this been law in the election of 2000, Al Gore would have been elected president. Does that strike you as the right an accurate calculation?
Are you supporting or against this bill?
Just kind of rerunning. You know what? Maybe I should withdraw the
Please.
question. Just to avoid confusion, I'm going to withdraw the question. Thank you very kindly.
Your point was made. All right. Any further questions for Secretary Scanlon? All right, I'm seeing none. Thank you, Secretary Scanlon. I have no one else signed up to speak on this bill. Also, so we have 7 people who have signed up against this bill, and with that, I'm going to close the public hearing on 1324. Yes. I've closed the public hearing. Okay. Thank you. The next bill that we have noticed is House Bill 1359, relative to election day duties of incumbent election officials. HB 1359 has to do with those election officials who also appear on the ballot. You should also have distributed to you an amendment that has been prepared by the sponsor who is with us today to introduce the bill. Representative Rhodes, welcome to the Election Law Committee.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, esteemed members of the Election Law Committee. I am Representative Jennifer Rhodes. I represent Cheshire County District 15, which is Winchester, Richmond, Marlborough, Swansea, and Troy. New Hampshire being very unique, having each town having its own government and having such a large legislative body, we find that we have a great need for several candidates and sometimes a very small pool of people that wish to perform those. History has shown that we have several elected officials that often perform more than one role. This bill was intended to solve the concern on election day to secure that everybody is essentially following the same rules that are on the ballot. Our town moderator our school moderator for several years, over 10, was also a state representative. He always would go out, get a lawn chair, sit outside, kind of mingle with everybody else. I thought that was the law. So imagine my surprise last year when I was running in 5 towns to find out that that my actual opponent was actual moderator and was inside all day. Then I was told that not only was he inside all day, but he was actually escorting some people to the curtain with phrases like, "Let's make sure you know who you're voting for today." Now, I recognize that that probably doesn't happen with every single town or school moderator, but the fact of the matter is everybody says that it doesn't happen until it does. So this has come to my attention that there's been several bills over the years that have been presented to address this. However, none of them have ever passed. So that tells me that obviously there is a concern. I also am not the only representative that wrote similar bills like this. The reason mine is the one that you're hearing today is because I was first. So, my town clerk had a conversation with me over his concern of the language, and this was before the bill was actually finished. And he explained that he's actually elected to run the election and that somebody does have to run the election. So before everything was finalized, I talked with OLS and asked them to please exclude the clerk because I heard his concerns. However, imagine my surprise when I found out that New Hampshire Municipal Association had this bill as the #1 bill of the season to kill. So with that, I had a conversation with the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and I do think that it was actually a very productive one. So during our conversation, we came to the conclusion that really what I was trying to say is, if a person is in a contested race, I believe that they should have to follow the same rules as everybody else. I also was given a little bit of an education that the moderators, and I'm sure I will be corrected if I am wrong, most of their duties do occur on your deliberative sessions. And yes, they do perform work on election day. I'm not saying that they don't. However, I also believe that you are able to have backup moderators and you're also able to have volunteers. So after my discussion with the New Hampshire Municipal Association, it came to one of their biggest concerns was the lack of volunteers. And I found it a little bit discouraging to think that something that could potentially be a really good piece of legislation may be opposed because of lack of volunteers, when the fact is that the moderators have never really had to get a volunteer. So we don't really know right now that that is a problem. So we did come to what I believe is a compromise, and we do have an amendment that you all have that basically says that if the race is a contested race, that is where basically everybody will follow the same rules, be outside behind the line. However, sitting here with Mr. Grays, he's actually now thinking that.
All right,
yes.
Representative Rhodes,
Yeah.
Mr. Grays can testify for
Thank you.
himself, okay?
Yeah, he's going to.
I know he's here. All right, so we'll let
So-
NHMA say what they're going to say.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So basically, where I was going from that was the conversation we had. I was going to ask if you would let him please have that conversation instead of asking me to address that.
Right.
And that is pretty much, I do believe that this is a happy compromise for a solution to the problem.
Thank you, Representative. Does anybody have any questions for Representative Rhodes? Representative Alexander?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is regarding selectmen specifically elected in like the city of Manchester when their sole position is to run the election. I understand the clerk position, but have you thought about also removing the position of selectmen from this bill, because that's their only job is to do that, is to count votes?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think where a lot of the confusion comes in is a lot of towns have their own rules when it comes to election day. Our 5 selectmen, if they are on the ballot, they actually do get volunteers for the day and they don't work inside the polls.
All right, just for clarification, so everybody is aware, like Representative Rhodes, I come from a town and we have selectmen, but cities also have selectmen, and their only job, they're elected by ward, and truly their only function is to run the election on election day. There are other staff who do other things. So I think that's what Representative Alexander was referring to. Follow up, Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's exactly what I was referring to, that the definition of selectmen in a town like Goffstown is far different than the definition of selectmen in the city of Manchester.
Further questions? There was one. Representative Bergeron.
Thank you. Representative, were you aware that Part 2nd, Article 32 of the New Hampshire Constitution states that the moderator, in the presence of the selectmen and the clerk, shall conduct elections? And wouldn't it also be a second part of that? Isn't your bill therefore possibly unconstitutional by trying to restrict these elected officials from performing the duties given to them under our state constitution?
Thank you for the question. My intention is certainly not to go against the New Hampshire Constitution. I do believe that we would all say that there's been a lot of questions surrounding election lately and what is fair and what is not fair. And I believe that if you have a person that is on the ballot and they're standing inside the election, the actual election place, and they're shaking hands with people and introducing themselves when everybody else is outside behind the line, I just don't think that that's an equal playing field.
Thank you.
Representative Lane, did I see your hand? That was your question? All right. Further questions for Representative Rhodes? See
I have
none?
a question.
Up, Representative Hamer.
Would you believe in Manchester alone, there would be at least 176 volunteer elected positions eliminated during an election in Manchester alone?
Thank you for the question. I live in a town that has 4,000 people. I do not live in a city. So I do not know what takes place in the city election.
So who would be running, follow-up question,
A follow-up.
who would be running Manchester's elections if these people are on the ballot and they're working?
Thank you for the follow-up question. I believe you do have town clerks, you do have selectmen, and you do have moderators. Not every single person that's working is also on the ballot.
Follow-up.
Follow-up.
176 of them are,
In contested races,
yes.
well, I think it's very unfortunate for the people that are standing outside if there's 176 people that are inside working the ballot and also on it.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Barry.
So I share Representative Bergeron's concern about Article 32.
Can you get a little closer to the mic? I don't know if you're getting
Trying.
picked up. I'm going to
Is
say that
that-
generally. I'm sort of having a hard time hearing people in the room, and I'm sure that people are having a hard time picking up the amplification.
I share Representative Bergeron's concern about Article 32 because it says the election shall be governed by the moderator. But I think we've talked about what I believe, and this is my question, what I believe is the intent of your bill is you don't want people unfairly campaigning or receiving a leg up that are also basically using their position as an election worker to get the last pass at a voter, if you will, before they go file. That's what you're trying to get at, right?
Thank you, Representative Barry. That is exactly. And I would like to really stress to you all that there are moderators that I know for a fact that have sat out of the election while they were also on the ballot. So if they were, running for state representative and they're also the moderator, they would set out that election. And I did talk to several moderators, and several of them said to me, well, this bill isn't necessary because so-and-so already does sit out. And then I would explain that, well, not all of them do.
Further questions? Representative Lane.
So I am from a city, not from a town, but so are you saying that a moderator can govern without being physically present? So govern the voting process and govern the election without physically being there in the room?
Thank you for the question. When I had the discussion with the moderators that I spoke to, they told me that when they were not actually working in the election that day, that they had somebody that replaced them, either an assistant moderator or they had another volunteer for the day, and they actually are there. They were just outside.
Further question?
One other question, as I read it, I noticed that it's just selectman, inspector. Is there any reason about, is it any candidate? So like if I'm running on the ballot,
Mhm.
could I volunteer as a poll worker? Am I going to be prohibited from working as a poll to help my town? Because a lot of reps do that.
Thank you for the question. And again, in my town, in the towns that I've spoken to, if you are on the actual ballot that day, you are not inside working on at the polls.
And I will say that's the case in my town and most of the towns I know, that if you're on the ballot, you are not working the poll. So I never know whether people are really being genuine when they tell me not to run because they want me to work the election, or whether they just really don't want to see me on the ballot. Representative Perez.
Thank you. I want to say I'm coming from a town as well, and then if you're on the ballot, you're not allowed to volunteer as well.
Right. Is that a question?
Further questions for Representative Rhodes? Representative Hamer, sorry, I did see you before.
Hi, Representative Rhodes. When you said your moderator escorted people to the voting booths
Mhm.
and they were talking,
Mhm.
isn't that called electioneering?
Thank you for the question. I do believe that it is.
So that shouldn't have been.
Thank you. You're absolutely correct. That should not have been.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Also signed up to speak on this bill is Tina Guilford from Derry.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Tina Guilford, I'm the town and school moderator in Derry. I'm really glad that someone brought up the Constitution because it is the moderator who governs an election, not a clerk. And this bill basically takes the moderator's duties and tries to hand them off to the clerk, because the clerk can be inside, but the moderator can't. I do understand that no one wants electioneering to go on. And I do understand that not everyone is me. I get that, because I don't do it. And I think anyone who is on the ballot definitely cannot handle a marked ballot, should not be counting ballots. I have no problem with those things. But there are other duties during the day. So for example, in Derry, we have what's called confidential voters. They are people who have gone to court and have a court order to have their name hidden from the checklist. Those absentee ballots are to be processed by the moderator and the clerk, because we actually see those names. I do not feel comfortable handing those kind of duties to anyone. That's what I'm elected to do, is to do the job of the moderator. I've been in front of you recently testifying that, you want to come after an elected official, someone who's put their name on the ballot, and be responsible for what goes on election day, and I had no problem with that. But you guys are now saying, this bill says, so you're just going to hand the whole process off to somebody else. And you have to be outside, because the lower part of this bill, with only the exception again for the clerk, who does not run the election, basically says, unless you're casting your own vote, you're required to be outside, because the RSA that's referenced is the RSA that sets the no electioneering and the preferred electioneering zone outside. Any member of the public can go to any polling place on election day and can go in and observe from the public observation area. Obviously, except if, this pertains to you, because it sounds like I can't even do that either. I think people elect their moderators, their clerks, their supervisors of the checklist to do their job. And while you can appoint someone to assist, they don't know the ins and outs of RSA.
they don't know how to quickly look them up. Trust me, voters don't want to wait if there's any kind of issue. They want it handled, they want to come in, they want to vote, they want to leave, they want to be there less than 15 minutes. I do think if there are people glad handing in a polling place, that to me would fall under electioneering, and that would be an issue that, you know, bring it to the attention of the Attorney General. There are electioneering laws already on the books. Use them. I think that most people are doing the right thing. But the moderator is the one who runs the election, not the clerk, and that's in our Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Moderator, for taking the question. In your town, do you have an assistant moderator? And if so, is it an elected position or appointed?
It's appointed, and I have about 8 of them.
Follow up?
Thank you. So, if you couldn't be present, whether this legislation passed or for some other reason, could one of those or a combination of some of the assistants run the election in your absence?
I would certainly hope so. I have a manual made up for them with lots of things. They may run into something I don't know, but you know, it's not their job, it's mine.
Further questions for Ms. Guilford? I'm seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak on this is Representative Yu. Come on up. Sorry, I didn't see your pink card.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and honorable members of the committee. Just for the record, it's pronounced Huff.
As soon as I said it, I knew it was wrong, but I found you, so that was it. Sorry, I apologize.
No, that's quite all right. Believe me, you don't live this long with that name and not have it mispronounced once in a while. I just wanted to come in and I wanted to support this bill. I've heard the testimony prior, and I want to thank the committee for some very, very insightful questions. I want to cut down to a little bit of an anecdotal thing. In my town, a friend of mine was running for city council, and I was going to help him out and stand with him outside the polling place. So we got to the polling place, and I see his opponent standing outside, all nice and dressed up and everything. And then I see his opponent go inside. Now, what struck me incredibly wrong about this is my father, earlier in the year, or a couple of years ago, when he went in to go and vote for me for this position, he was turned away because he had a shirt on that had my name on it. But yet, this gentleman could stand inside, plain as day. What better advertising is there than while you're inside? You know, it's an unfair advantage. It shouldn't be allowed. The problem with it is not somebody doing their job. Elections come along every couple of years, every 4 years. Excuse me. You can plan for this. This is not a really big deal. If you're worried about any kind of election problems, which we've had, or the perception of this stuff, the person who's running should not be in the room that the election is happening. Go to a different ward. I mean, there's got to be other remedies. There's got to be other things. It's just not a great look. It doesn't serve anybody, and it casts doubt on our election process. So my whole purpose here is just to support this. I like the amendment. I like the bill itself. Whichever way you decided to go, I would definitely be in support of. And if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer as the best I can.
Thank you, Representative Huff. Any questions? Representative Berry.
I have a question of the chair. Have we received a copy of the amendment?
There was supposed to be one at your desk, and I emailed it
I'm
to
sorry, I
you.
just haven't. Oh, thank you. I just haven't seen it. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? I'm not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, honorable members of the committee. Have a fantastic day.
Next to speak on this, Dan Healy.
Good morning, members of the committee. Dan Healy from Town Clerk of Derry, representing New Hampshire City and Town Clerks Association. We oppose this bill. Most of our reasons were covered by my town moderator, Tina Guilford. I don't want to run an election without our moderator. She's the one that knows the most about what's going on that day. We worked really well as a team, and I don't want her to be sitting outside, not even allowed in the building on the day of the election, just because her name's on the ballot. I believe if anyone has concerns about someone working the election and being on the ballot, if they've seen things, they can report them for electioneering if they believe they're doing something improper inside. I don't believe they should be banned. They're elected by the people in the town or the city to do that job. The people in the town have the confidence in them to do that job. And this bill making it so they can't do what they are elected to do is not something that we can support. So I'd be open to any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Healy. Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Healy, for taking the question. Do you believe that the current law that requires candidates, just regular candidates, not town clerks or moderators, to ensure that they don't electioneer or campaign during election, that they're required to be in a separate spot away from the voters? Do you think that is a good law?
Yes.
Follow up.
So help me understand how you reconcile somebody that's on the ballot being able to be inside of the guardrail in that then.
So, for example, our town moderator is elected by the people of the town. They put the confidence in the town moderator to perform the job in an unbiased way. In the current law now, at the end of the night, when we're on the ballot, we don't handle the marked ballots. And I believe that's a good solution. We do our job throughout the day, and then at the end of the night, they're not near any of the marked ballots.
Further questions from committee members? I have a question. Mr. Healy, is that not handling of the ballots your decision, your moderator's decision, or law?
Law. It's the marked ballots only, so we can pass out the blank ballots before.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak on this bill is Natch Grays and Representative Terosian. If I could have the clipboard, this is the last speaker I have signed up to speak on 1359.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nate Grace for the New Hampshire Municipal Association. We do oppose the bill as written, and just to be clear, we do oppose the amendment, although I do want to thank the sponsor for being willing to work with me to try to come to a compromise on the amendment. I think that's probably as close as we were going to be able to come. I certainly sympathize with the sponsor and Representative Huff's concerns about the last person that a voter will see in the polling place may also be a candidate for office in a contested election. But we do oppose the bill, and we oppose it for the reasons you've already heard today. I don't want to prolong this hearing, so I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Representative Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, putting aside the constitutional issue, could you go through why you oppose it? Sorry to make you do it, but I would just really like to know why the association opposes it.
Sure. So the election statutes are quite complex, and the role that everyone has in running the election has been very clearly defined and litigated over the years. And of course, one of our major reasons is that it's very hard to find volunteers. In a place like Manchester, you're looking at replacing 172, I think it was, individuals for the election. That's going to be very difficult to find those people. We've certainly heard, and I can say from personal experience, I know that there are open positions in my ward and have been for years where I live. And it's just incredibly difficult to find people. And we certainly understand the concern. We want to make sure that elections are done with integrity, but it's we don't think that that the issue here is that there is an issue here.
Further questions from committee members? Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir, for taking the question. So, don't you think we're sending a potentially conflicting message to voters that we say, for good reason, candidates that are on the ballot can't be in that position, but if you're one of the individuals in one of those positions, you can be? Isn't that kind of a conflict?
You know, I think dealing with the issues of who voters are last to see in a contested race is a difficult policy choice. It's one that I mean, the reality is our state has so many elected positions. We already have a strong law against electioneering that I don't think it merits a change to the law.
Follow-up, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. So as a follow-up, if you feel the electioneering laws are strong enough, then why not let everybody participate then?
Well, only the people who are election officials are allowed to run the election, unless I'm misunderstanding the question.
Well, let me clarify if I may. So I heard your answer that we have electioneering laws, so that's sufficient for, say, a town clerk or a town moderator that's inside the guardrail, if you will. So if you feel comfortable with that, why not allow other candidates be inside the guardrail then too?
Well, because only the people running the election are allowed inside the guardrail to make sure that they're going to run the election properly.
Further questions? Let me ask a follow-up to Representative Terosian to sort of, following up on what he said, why wouldn't we allow candidates to stand inside the polling place, outside the guardrail? Because you're certainly entitled to observe, as a resident of a community, what goes on. You let the moderator know that's what you're doing. You go stand and you watch. So why then are we, if there's a candidate inside the rails, why can't we have a candidate standing, not electioneering, outside the rails?
Well, I think that's a policy decision for the legislature. Certainly, it has been long-standing tradition, and we've seen that candidates who are electioneering are outside in the designated area, outside the polls. There is the ability for the public to observe. Presumably, if a candidate didn't want to, wear paraphernalia that had their name on it, or slogan, or anything that would be barred by the electioneering statutes, presumably they could go in and sit and watch the election like any other member of the public.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Also signed up to speak on this is Rusanne Chester.
Thank you, Committee Chair. Thank you, committee members. This is a really important bill for me personally, for the town that I live in. There is currently some issues with regards to how our elections were run in 2020, missing ballots, absentee ballots, a number of other things. And there were some people in the elected positions that I knew before this time, and I witnessed them inside because they've been running for years and years and years, and most of the time unopposed. They are inside, and they do cause, because I know them by face, if they're the ones checking off whether I'm how I'm voting. Like if they're standing on the exit and I'm putting my machine in, and they tell me that I have to put it in face up, that's creating a chilling effect on me, because I know that's what's going to happen, and I know that that's going to be my let's say my town clerk is sitting there, and she's on the ballot, and she's at the exit, and she's going to know if I left, because most of the time in my town, these folks are running unopposed. Not by choice, but because our town does not seem to want to have the transparency that I'm hearing that even Manchester seems to have, and Derry seems to have more transparency. We were not allowed, as well, we should have been allowed, but because I did not know that the town clerk is responsible for providing me with everybody who is running for the election on March 8th. I did not know that that's public information and that she had to give it to me. So when I asked if certain people were running unopposed, because I felt strongly that we needed, if someone was running unopposed, I was going to run against them because of integrity issues that are currently being investigated by our Attorney General. Based on that, I was not provided that information. I didn't know enough to turn around and say, it's a requirement, you have to tell me. So I am on the ballot, but I'm on the ballot for a position that I would have been on the ballot for a different position had I known that one of the persons that I personally have integrity issues with is on the ballot running unopposed. The bottom line is the way, I don't see a huge problem with volunteers. The biggest issue for me is this is our vote. I mean, this is important. And I can't understand why an elected official or a candidate would want to be put in that position where they may have integrity issues or people believe that they shouldn't be trusted. To this day, I don't know if the people that are being investigated by the Attorney General's office made mistakes, if there was something nefarious, or if it was even had anything to do with my town officials. The bottom line is that even in a city like Manchester, she says there's 176 volunteers. Just change wards. They're so close. I can tell you, I witnessed, I didn't even know what electioneering was, but in 2020, I witnessed it in multiple wards in Manchester. But I didn't know it at the time because all I was doing was driving folks to there, and some of them were elderly or disabled. So all I did was drive them to their ward, go in with them, and basically give them the information. This is how this is how you go through the process. I saw electioneering happening. I saw it happening. So I didn't know. These elderly folks didn't know. But they have the right they have the right not to be silenced. They have the right not to be manipulated. And this bill allows that. It gives our voters integrity. It gives our voters understanding that they are not going to be coerced or manipulated. It also, in my opinion, gives our candidates something to say, there absolutely was nothing bad going on because I wasn't involved.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Chester? Representative Hamer.
Thank you for taking my questions. 176 volunteers in Manchester were assigned to our wards which we live in. We can't be going from ward to work if you're going to be on the ballot, right?
What I'm saying is you have 176 volunteers, volunteers that go into that right now are currently involved. Just switch the ward. So you still have.
If I can just interject, because Representative Hamer, I'm not sure it was a question. I think, and I'm doing a little representative floor action. Did you understand that in cities where someone has volunteered to work in a ward, they must volunteer in the ward in which they reside and may not be simply flipped to other wards to work regardless of how close they are?
Understood.
Were you aware?
I was not aware of
Okay,
that.
thank you. Further questions for Ms. Chester from the committee? Representative
Thank
Freitas.
you for clarifying that for me. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just like, if you believe as I do, that most people who go to vote have already made up their mind. They knew who the candidate is, and they walk by the excellent electioneering section with their eyes focused.
Which would be why the moderator in Goffstown has always made us stand at the end of the driveway where people can aim for us with their cars, not their hands. Other questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Chester. That is the last speaker I have on HB 1359. Representative Terosian, thank you. Also signed up for this bill were 3 people who did not speak, and they were in favor of the bill. I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 1359 and open the public hearing on 1543. And with us is Representative Greason, a sponsor to introduce the bill. Welcome, Representative. At least I'm presuming that's why you're here, Representative, to introduce the bill. Thank you. And I do have a number of people signed up to speak on this, so once we get through the sponsor, I probably am going to ask witnesses to stick to 3 minutes. Everybody indicated 2 or 3. Thank you. Welcome.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. This will be very short. I'm Representative Jeff Greason of Wentworth. I represent Grafton County District 16. My district is a flotarial that overlaps with Representative Sanborn's. She's here today, but she's asked me if I would speak on behalf of this bill to introduce it. We're both rookies, so I'm the one that she's going to watch me take all the flack and learn, right? But House Bill 1543 was written and presented to us by a group of constituents that we share who had a desire to clarify the voter registration process and establish a provisional ballot process in order that we may have more confidence in the integrity of our elections. It's the overall objective we all want, specifically ensuring that only those people who are legally allowed to vote in New Hampshire are registering and then subsequently voting in our elections, and that people are voting in the proper places as well. I'm willing to answer any questions, but I believe that the better persons or people to answer those questions, the specifics about it, would be the actual authors of the bill. They wrote this and presented this to us. The amendment that I just handed out to you is a very simple amendment. There's a misspelled word. If you would go to page 5 of the original bill and look at line 34, the sentence reads that all motor vehicles must being their registration, and it should be the word begin. So the amendment just changes the word being to begin without changing the rest of the content of the bill. Line 34.
So, Representative, is there somebody here who is going to go through the bill?
Yes, ma'am. They're here today.
Okay, thank you. So, given that, who would the next speaker for me to call, would it be wise for me to call?
Which would be best, Dave? Either one of these two gentlemen?
Just
here?
your name.
Dave and myself.
What's your name?
Edward
McElroy.
Okay, thanks. Just so everybody, we can follow along better. Hold on. Anybody else have any questions for Representative Greason? I'm not seeing any. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
See, no flack. It was a piece of cake. All right. Also signed up to speak on this is Edward McElroy, if you want to come on up. Thank you. McAvoy. No. If you, I need somebody to come up to the microphone. Come on up.
And if Dave Rivers could also accompany me, he's also on the list, should be there.
Okay, I'm gonna.
We would be better prepared to answer any questions that the committee might have.
That's all right. Why don't we deal with that? If, for purposes of presenting it, it looks like you're the one with all the paperwork in front of you. All right, Mr. Rivers, if you want to come up, because it's a little unusual that I've got no sponsor that apparently can speak to the bill. Though, of course, we earlier had a bill that we had no sponsor. So we're trying to sort of do this as we can. So we have with us Mr. Rivers.
Yes.
Welcome. And
McElroy.
got it. All right, and Mr. McElroy, if we could recognize you in the first instance, please, to speak to the bill. Thank you.
Right. Resident of Campton, New Hampshire, small town. The reason for the bill and the purpose is that our small towns are getting dominated by people from away. I call them people from away. They're coming into and they're just registering to vote, even though we all know that they're not residents. I have many examples here from our Attorney General. We issued a complaint against individuals, and the Attorney General just went ahead and said, no, it's okay, they can vote. There's a case where a woman from away, from Massachusetts, registered to vote. She registered a vehicle in the town. Then the state's Attorney General, after receiving our complaint, questioned her. She admits that she had a home in Massachusetts where her husband and family resided. She admits that she has a job in Massachusetts as a school teacher. She admits that her children go to school in Massachusetts. She claimed that she came to New Hampshire to practice remote teaching from her place of residence in New Hampshire. The state's Attorney General accepted that and said, well, you can vote then. You're up here, you're doing remote. She abandoned her children and her husband down in Massachusetts and decided, well, I'm coming up here to live. The problem is none of that happened. She just claimed that. We know that because we're her neighbors. Anyways, moving on to the bill. We thought that rather than send complaint after complaint, we thought that we could introduce at the registration a system of checks and balances. For example, in New Hampshire, once you register to vote, you're declaring yourself domicile resident. Once you do that, there are certain things that you have to do. The motor vehicle laws in the state require that you register your motor vehicle and also provide a license. All we're doing in the bill is trying to bring balance between the two. Also, it introduces the checks and balance. For example, on page 4 of our introduced bill, on line 16, it begins and continues on till 24. It asks the people to, if they aren't currently licensed, will they get licensed, blah, blah, blah. But before that, what we're saying is that they're telling them that within 60 days they have to get licensed and register their vehicles. It also tells the clerk to follow up with the Department of Motor Vehicles, and they are to confirm that those people. Now, we are also introducing this for provisional ballots. The provisional ballots are required because it takes time to verify. People show up last minute. Within a few days, they can go down and register to vote any time they want because our Attorney General has told them that they can do that. They can just make up any story that they want and become a registered voter in the state. There's no checks and balances. So we're trying to make sure that the registration creates those checks and balances as it goes through. That's what I have to do. You have some more to add? Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Dave Rivers. I live in Thornton, a town next door to Campton. A person I respect once said, what you need to vote in New Hampshire is a New Hampshire state of mind. We think that's a little an exaggeration, but the purpose of what it is that we're doing is to tighten up our voter registration process in hopes of introducing clarity and certainty, where historically these two characteristics have been missing, as evidenced by the New Hampshire State Supreme Court declaring the predecessor of the bill prior to this, or the RSA prior to this, as unconstitutional because the wording was incomprehensible. So there's obviously a need, and the need has been confirmed by the New Hampshire Supreme Court. Briefly, the goal is to give everybody a ballot, make sure that they fill out the registration form completely and accurately. And again, the issue of time, as my partner here, Ned, has mentioned, if we have same-day registration in high volumes, I've never worked this, but I can see and I've observed that it's somewhat chaotic. And the ability to verify at that point in time is it's difficult. So our process is come in. If we can't validate your registration, and we've completed a very thorough completion of the form, if you can't complete that to the satisfaction of the people doing the checklist and the town clerk, then we'll still give you a ballot. It would be a provisional ballot. You put it in an envelope, seal the envelope, attach your application to it, and if we can verify prior to counting, then so be it. If we can't, then we'll put it aside, and depending on the majority or the difference in the votes, whether these provisional ballots are necessary to make a difference in the outcome, then they will be counted, and those that can't be verified have to be put aside and held and not counted. That's essentially the summary of our efforts.
Something came unplugged here. I don't know if it's related.
Oh, thank you very much. Do you get union wages?
Yeah.
Back up? We are back
Yep.
up.
All right.
Alvin. We don't need no IT. All right. Questions? I think I was recognizing Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. So going back, Mr. McElroy, to the person in your community who you say you don't think should be voting there. She's a school teacher. Her children attend school in Massachusetts, and she was working remotely at, I guess it would be a second property in Campton?
Right.
Okay. Did she have her automobile registered in New Hampshire?
Yes. She also licensed in New Hampshire.
So then in that case, would she be considered a resident under the provisions of this proposed bill here? That she would not even be a provisional voter, she would be able to vote just fine. Is that the case?
One would need to get into a great deal of more detail that perhaps would be an invasion of privacy, but if one registers their car in New Hampshire, you're going to pay an awful lot less money than if you registered in Massachusetts. And the checks and balances to make sure that that person was completely honest is somewhat suspect. So the answer to the question is yes, the car was registered, but indeed, was it registered legally? And
All right, but notwithstanding, let's stick to the questions in the bill. The question is notwithstanding whether or not the registration itself was legal, because trust me, election law is not getting into motor vehicle registration legality. We are not. No, Representative Terosian, please hold. So the question was, if under your bill, under this bill, it's not your bill, it's two representatives, under HB 1543, if someone presents a valid New Hampshire motor vehicle registration, will that be proof of domicile / residence, the change you've made in your bill, allowing them to be given a ballot?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as a further clarification, so if this proposed bill was law, would that in any way affect her status, in your opinion?
I believe it would. It could. Let me put it that way. It
No, I
could.
think the answer that the witness just gave before that was that it would not. What the witness just said is if you present a valid motor vehicle registration under this law, you would be entitled to use that as proof of domicile and be able to vote. We're not getting into the legality or even suggesting that our election law officials are someone to be questioning whether or not a motor vehicle registration is valid. Representative Hamer.
Thank you for taking my question. What about a new voter who doesn't have a vehicle? Maybe they're disabled or they're elderly. They're not going to have a vehicle to register. So part of this amendment in law would be nil.
It would, thank you. It would not apply to that person if you are a driver or if you are owner of an automobile. But these are really secondary issues. But our bill suggests that, no, tells you that you need to follow the existing RSAs in the motor vehicle RSA section. And we think that that tightens things up a little bit. But yes, you're right. If they didn't drive or they didn't own a car, then that would not apply to them.
Thank you.
Further questions from committee members? I'm seeing none. Thanks for coming, and thanks
Thank you
for
all.
going through the bill a bit with us. Also signed up to speak on this is Absentee, and we are going to be doing 3 minutes. Thank you. You want a time, Wayne?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and members of the committee. My name's Alvin C., and I'm from Loudon, and I'm here to speak in favor of the bill. I would like to point out, and this is just a real quick thing, on page 2, line 21, actions in New Hampshire that reveal your intent to make New Hampshire, I think that should be your, I just saw that, but anyhow, include but are not limited to, and it gives several things, but the one on line 24 which says registering to vote, I think should be stricken because it's a circular argument. If you're filling out this form to register to vote, then, pardon me, then by
It
that
was
definition,
IT calling to see if you wanted a job.
usually it's just telemarketers. But anyhow, registering to vote, by definition, then becomes one of the items that shows that have the intent to make New Hampshire your domicile. So I think that should be stricken out. That's all I really had on this.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. C? I'm not seeing any. Thanks.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak on this bill is Dan Healy.
Hi, Dan Healy, Town Clerk of Derry, representing our New Hampshire City and Town Clerks Association. We are opposed to this bill. Going through the bill, I'd like to point out a few things. On page 4, lines 21 through 24, it says the town clerk shall follow up with the DMV to ensure applicant has acquired a New Hampshire driver's license after 60 days. I'm not sure how town clerks would do that. It doesn't provide any type of procedure. I'm not sure the DMV is just going to give out information like that. It doesn't say how we are to get that information, how the DMV is to supply it to us, if town clerks are even able to get that information. My next concern is on page 6. lines 3 through 16. It suggests, does the applicant own any motor vehicles subject to New Hampshire vehicle registration requirements? And also ensure follow-up with applicant to verify New Hampshire registration has been completed. Not all town and city clerks register vehicles. So that's going to be a problem for the clerks that don't. In Derry, our tax collector actually handles the vehicles. I don't have access to any of the motor vehicle information. So it's telling the town clerk to follow up to see if they registered a vehicle, but I don't have access to that. My next concern is on page 8. Lines 21 through 27. The main part of this is if the town clerk or city clerk determines such registration to be complete and accurate, he or she shall sign the registration form. The town clerk doesn't sign the voter registration form. That would be the supervisor of the checklist. They're the ones responsible for approving or denying a voter registration. So it's telling the town clerk now that they're the ones that would approve or deny the registration on election day. And that's not really the town clerk's job. It's more of a supervisor function. And then our last concern is on the same page, page 8, lines 35 through 37. It's basically saying that if there's a close race, those provisional ballots are counted within 24 hours. I don't know what more information we're going to find out in the 24 hours that we wouldn't have known the night before. So it's kind of a moot point to then count them 24 hours later. We wouldn't really even have time to verify any of the other information if we even could. So those are our association's concerns with this bill, and I'd be open to any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Healy? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak on this is Stanley Bujalaski. I'm doing a terrible time with your gentleman's name. Come on up. Thank you. Yes, you want to press the button so that you see a red light on the, just press, yeah, there you go, perfect.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'd just like to voice my approval of this bill and my support for the HB 1543. Most emphatically, the provisional ballot I'm in favor of, and I'm quite surprised that New Hampshire hasn't established this already, particularly with the fact that there's a same-day voting process here in the state. And as already has been mentioned, that process is quite hectic on the day of voting. Could most likely arise questions after the fact. And my understanding in New Hampshire, and I'm going to cite it off of a Senate Bill 3, which I pulled off of the state webpage. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm assuming that these provisions are still in effect and law. But it states in that bill, and these are guidance identified as registering to vote in New Hampshire guidelines. In that provision, it states regarding voting same-day voting registration or shortly there before. It says if you do not have documents to establish your qualifications, please bring them. If you have documents to establish your qualifications, please bring them when you register. If you do not have documents or forget to bring them, it has 3 bullets identifying the next steps. It states in bold, capital letters, you will be able to register to vote. Second bullet states you will be able to vote, and the third bullet states you will use a regular election day ballot that is counted on election day. If there's same-day voting and those are the established criteria, I cannot understand how a provisional ballot cannot be at hand, because after the fact, which would be after Election Day, there may be found inconsistencies with the registrant's facts, and if it's found that that person was voted invalid, there's no way to go back and correct the ballot that's already been cast. A provisional ballot will not prohibit someone from casting the ballot, but it will put in a proper procedure that will allow for security and a fair voting process. So for that, the provisional ballot part of this bill, I think, is essential. I cannot understand how a fair and secure election could be conducted with those rules that are already in place on allowing same-day registration or shortly before Election Day registration with these provisions without a provisional ballot. And with that, that's the conclusion of my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? I'm not seeing any.
Okay.
Thank you for coming. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Liz Tentarelli.
May I pass out my written
Yep.
testimony?
Thanks. For the record, my name is Liz Tentarelli. I live in Newbury, New Hampshire, and I will first speak personally, representing only myself, to address the provisional ballot part of this. People don't like provisional ballots. I wonder what would happen to our first-in-the-nation primary status if we were to use provisional ballots. Candidates, the press, and the voters want instant gratification. We want those results right away. I realize how important first-in-the-nation presidential primary status is to many people, so I'd like you to think about that related to provisional ballots. Next, I would like to speak representing the League of Women Voters, and I would like to correct a statement from the previous person testifying that SB 3 is in effect. It is not. That bill is not in effect. The New Hampshire Supreme Court ruled it unconstitutional because it, quote, placed an undue burden on the right to vote. And I believe that the first part of this bill, the registration process, tries to do exactly the same thing. So my written testimony gives a number of reasons and specifics, and I thank Alvin C. for pointing out the circular logic on page 2. That's in my testimony as well. And in fact, a lot of this is circular logic and confusing to potential voters. If people try to vote fraudulently, they should be prosecuted. But for the huge majority of people who want to register, want to participate in our government, this is an undue complication. It is not necessary. And I do point out that the state paid over $4 million and hundreds of hours of staff time to fight SB 3. And while this is not worded the same as SB 3, the confusing status, the attempt to suppress voting is the same intent. And I don't think we want to go through that again. So I thank you for this opportunity to speak both as an individual and representing League of Women Voters. And if there are any questions, I'd be glad to address them. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak on this bill is Representative Tim Horgan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm mostly here to introduce the next bill, but I figured I need to chime in on this one in opposition. There's a couple of points in particular. One is we're going on about the driver's license and the driver registration. Those are, of course, not requirements to vote, but also, moreover, having the wrong address on your driver's license or having a incorrect motor vehicle registration it's not a felony, so it doesn't disqualify you from voting. It doesn't take away any of your other civil rights. It's just a minor motor vehicle violation. So normally for violations of that magnitude in other areas, nobody would say that you should lose your right to vote over those. Also, especially with driver's licenses, we have a reciprocal agreement with every other state in the union and also all the Canadian provinces. And I'm by no means an expert on either, but basically for the purpose of identification, the purpose of proving you're authorized to drive, any state's driver's license is as good as any other. So that's true even when you're registering to vote. You do need another document to prove your citizenship and your address, but that's a sufficient proof of who you are. And there are other things you can show in addition to driver's license, prove your identity, like your armed forces ID or which also are not necessarily tied just to this address where you are currently. And also the provisional ballots, it's very, very complicated. We're having enough trouble. We should keep our elections as simple as possible, and that also, if we have a close election, that'll create a lot of doubt about the validity of the results. We certainly we nearly had a very tragic situation nationwide with the 2020 presidential election. I know there's a wide range of opinions about that, but I'm sure everybody agrees that that at least the losing candidate had pretty severe doubts about the validity of the election, and that kind of complicated the peaceful transfer of power, although it did happen, and that could happen on a statewide level.
Representative Horgan, I'm going to insist at this point that you speak to the bill.
Okay, I was speaking to the bill. I was just showing as an example why provisional ballots are overcomplication and a bad idea. So that's basically those two issues, and also just historically going back in the history, back in the 19th, 18th century, you didn't need to own a horse or register your horse, and even today, you don't need to own a car to drive. There are at least, you don't even need to be registered. You don't even have a driver's license. I know there are at least 3 members of this legislature who do not have driver's licenses because they physically cannot drive, and there's other reasons why people. So you don't need to have a driver's license to vote, although it's certainly a good thing to have. And also it's a good thing that people
Horgan,
are
if you can wrap it up, it's been
okay. That's about what I had to say. That it's that this is just unnecessary complication, and so I just thought I'd try to bring up those points before I went and introduced my bill, which those issues may come up in that one too. So thank you.
Thank you. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Louise Spencer.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair, and the committee for taking my testimony. My name is Louise Spencer. I'm from Concord, New Hampshire. I'm co-founder of the Kent Street Coalition, which is an all-volunteer grassroots advocacy organization. But I speak today here on my own behalf. I find this bill to be beyond disturbing, I have to say. The idea that we would create 2 classes of voters, some of which are essentially being deemed as second-class citizens who are having to use a different ballot, who are having to vote in a different booth, which identifies them as somehow, or could potentially lead people to interpret them as being somehow less worthy of voting or cast suspicion on their right to vote, is beyond offensive in a democracy. It is not the way we've done things here in New Hampshire. It certainly is not the way I hope that we do things in the future. Also, being from away is not a disqualification for voting in New Hampshire. We are encouraging people to move to this state. We need people to move to this state, especially young people. And this idea that somebody can be questioned in whether they belong to a particular town or they don't belong is problematic, particularly in the instance cited where, in fact, the person appeared to have met the requirements for voting. It was reviewed by the AG, and yet her right to vote was still being questioned. I find that extremely concerning. And as someone who was involved with the SB3 lawsuit, which dragged on for a long 3 years at great expense of time and effort, I certainly would hope that we would not go down a bill which clearly burdens the right to vote in many of the same ways that the court found that SB3 burdened the fundamental right to vote. And I do want to also end with underscoring that point. The right to vote is a right. It is not a privilege. It is a right. And any law that is being looked at to impact that right, that fundamental constitutional right, both under U.S. and state constitution, needs to be people need to tread very, very carefully so as not to upend that essential right of democracy. So with that, I will end my testimony.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Spencer? I'm seeing none. Thank you.
Thank
for
you so
coming.
much.
Also signed up to speak on this bill is Kate Gargano from the Secretary of State's office. And Representative Terosian, if you could get the clipboard for me when you have a chance. This is my last pink card. Welcome.
Hello again. For the record, my name's Katie Gargano, and I'm representing the Secretary of State's office. I'm speaking on behalf of House Bill 1543 for informational purposes only, and I'd like to raise a few concerns that we found within the bill. The bill brings many changes to our existing voter registration form. On page 1, line 11, states that the form shall be no larger than 8.5 by 11 inches. But the next almost 5 pages of the bill are items that must appear on the form, so that may need some work. The information that's requested has many duplicates. There's, as an example, there are asking for the voter's name and address multiple times throughout the bill. And it would this would increase wait times at the polls and longer lines at the supervisors of the checklist table if voters had to fill out a form as it's presented. I won't be speaking about the provisional ballot section because there's already been multiple bills out there that you've heard. Any questions?
Do any committee members have a question? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
That is the last speaker that I had signed up for this bill. That is 1543 with an amendment that's been presented to the committee today. We also had people here present this morning who signed up in regards to the bill. And in regards to people who did not speak, we have one person who has signed up against the bill and 4 people who have signed up in favor of the bill. So with that, I'm going to close the public hearing on 1543 and open the public hearing on HB 1203. And with us today to introduce the bill is Representative Horgan. Welcome back this morning.
Thank you very much. I continue to be, and I think maybe I forgot to say so a minute ago, that I'm Representative Timothy Horgan from Stratford County District 6, the towns of Durham and Madbury. Durham is not coincidentally the home of the University of New Hampshire. And I apologize, I don't have written testimony on this bill. My scheduler somehow had the idea that this hearing was on March 10th, and it was, of course, February 10th, and I've discussed that extensively with that member of my staff, and he's very sorry for the mistake he made, but I'm here, and I do what I wrote last year about HB 538, and I hope it's okay to acknowledge at least that both the well, actually all three, the 2020 legislative session, the 2020 legislative session, and this one all took place under unique circumstances, so we kind of did things differently than we did, we would have otherwise, and, we're doing the best we can. And the committee, this HB 1203 was basically an identical bill aside from the dates, which went before this committee, and you did decide to find it inexpedient to legislate, and normally that would have been the end of the story, except it never made it to the floor of the House. It wasn't even tabled. So, the rules allow me to bring it back. So here I am again, and if you've...
Representative Horgan, I just missed it. Can you give me the number from the first year again?
Oh, this is virtually identical to HB, I'm sorry, I may have, HB 538 is actually what I meant.
538, that
I
was
may have
what
said HB 1203, which is the bill I'm talking about.
Right, okay.
And so we had a hearing on it last year, and it did come out of the committee ITL 11-9, which I'm going to guess that's the same as the number of members at that time from each party, but I don't know exactly who voted how, but that was then, this was now. And then that in turn, so HB 538 in terms of combination of two bills, which I sponsored in 2019, which actually passed the House and Senate before being vetoed by the governor. And even under the pre-pandemic rules, the way we did things, vetoed bills can be reintroduced next year. So I decided to introduce those two bills, and that time they were actually tabled. So like the governor never got it; they never even made it to the Senate. But and this, so it's there's it's a lot more complicated than it looks. I'm basically just overturning three bills. SB 3, which was in 2017, which you heard a lot about. There's an early one, SB 318, which covered some of the same grounds as SB 3, and then HB 1264. And so the part about SB 3 makes up the first 15 sections out of the 17-section bill, and I'm sure you've all read it and memorized it, or probably not. But so the first thing it does is just, so as I said, the first thing, the SB 3 forms, which actually are, the law is not currently being enforced because it was challenged in federal court. Just greatly complicated and made the forms a lot more duplicative. Put a lot of pretty scary language that was intimidating the voters, and it was also written at a PhD level of reading, reading comprehension. And my town actually does have a few PhDs living there, but I think even they found they filled out the forms, they plowed through it. I watched UNH students, some of whom were undergraduates and graduates alike, and they all managed to fill out the forms, but it was just unnecessarily cumbersome. It's like they were trying to take out a mortgage or something. So that's, and there's also two things about residency. So they added the phrase "for the indefinite future," or actually they took it out of the law, and I'm trying to put it back in. Either way, it's kind of a meaningless phrase because everybody's future is indefinite, but it did seem, at least to be interpreted by some, as an attempt to prevent students and other people who are transient, who move around a lot, from voting in New Hampshire. And that's, first of all, that's unconstitutional. There's several federal court cases, including the famous Neuberger course, which was a Dartmouth student who basically his parents were dead and he lived in Hawaii, so he had no residence other than Hanover, but he wasn't sure he was going to live in Hanover. There's also like the Sims decision in Texas, which had to do with a historically black college that was located in a suburb of Houston, and there's a conflict with the county elections commissioners that specifically guaranteed college students the right to vote at their college addresses, because I know there's a lot of talk about residents, permanent residents, blah blah blah, but college students, like it or not, are residents of the place where they're living most of the year. And they are entitled to claim that as their domicile, and there's really no good way in law to distinguish them from other people who move there for other reasons. They all pay rent, they pay taxes, they hold jobs, they do everything else everybody else does in New Hampshire. And any attempt to disenfranchise them, aside from being a bad idea and unconstitutional, it's going to take in a lot of other people who you're not trying to get, who aren't students. You're not trying to, so, and it's just essentially unfair and unwise for many reasons. Also, if you actually did manage to come up with some formula that somehow would exclude students who are citizens of New Hampshire, but allow everybody else who's moved there relatively recently, a long time ago. You're going to probably create a class of people who can't vote anywhere, and I don't think anybody wants that. Has been represented, well, they can just vote absentee back home, but absentee voting is, they often attach the adverb simply to it, and absentee voting is not simple, and it's getting more complicated, and there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee that someone who's a student at one of our colleges, universities, could simply vote absentee back home. They may not meet the requirements there, but they certainly are residents at the place where they're living when they're going to college, and that also is, by the way, where the census counts them. So we're still working under the 2010 census, but the 16,000 or so inhabitants of my district who were enumerated in 2010 included all the students who are living on campus or in off-campus student-oriented residences, and the same is also true with the 2020 census, which many of you have been on the redistricting committee. So that's basically my bill. It just changes a couple of unwise changes to the law back. It's a lot simpler than it looked. It's many pages long, and I apologize for not having written testimony just on this bill. There's a little bit of a, as I said, my scheduler screwed it up, and then I also like the technology down in the new work area down where the smoking area is. They still haven't got all the bugs worked out of it. So even though I knew in principle how to copy and paste and make a new set of testimony for this bill, just take what I did in March 2021 and adapt it to now, but I was just not able to do it in time. So
Thank you,
I'd be
Representative
happy
Horgan.
happy to take any questions.
You can, of course, email that to us.
Oh, yeah, I'll try to, yes.
Any questions from committee members for Representative Horgan? I'm not seeing any, thank you.
All right, thank you.
The last person I have signed to speak up on this is David Scanlon, Secretary of State. So when somebody has a chance to grab the clipboard, that would be great.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. And I have been on the opposing side of this particular issue with my good friend, Representative Horgan, for some years now. But there is something in this bill that I can agree on with him, and I'll get to that in a minute. There's a history with this bill related to the definition of domicile and residency. And at the beginning of the century, in the 2000s, there were some statutory changes and some court rulings that creates a fuzzy definition of just what domicile in New Hampshire meant, especially for the purposes of voting. And that created a situation where we were unique among the 50 states. And it was, the laws were such that a person that would otherwise be considered transient, not a resident of the state, but somebody just passing through for a period of time, could register and vote here. And so more recently, the laws have changed, and we had an advisory opinion from the Supreme Court that said that domicile and residency are now effectively the same thing, and they should be. And that puts us in alignment with the other 49 states in that regard. This has nothing to do with college students. It just simply has to do with a single standard on what residency and domicile means in New Hampshire. As long as a college student considers New Hampshire their residence and they agree to abide by the same laws as any other state, then they're fully entitled to vote here, just like any other resident. If they're not willing to take those steps and make that commitment, then they should be voting from the place that they came from as an absentee voter. And it's that basic. Other states in their statutes, apply some exemptions for students, and I won't go into all of those, but our neighboring states treat college students differently outside of the single standard that you have to be a resident. So, I believe that the statutes in terms of the definition of residency and domicile are where they should be, and we should leave it alone. The one area in the bill that does need some work is that, as has been mentioned, the state lost the lawsuit on the enactment of Senate Bill 3. That language that we cannot enforce or administer is in some significant portions of our statute. It's confusing, and you heard testimony on another bill from a couple of gentlemen that were talking about that language as if it was the statute. It is in the statute, but it's not enforceable. So to make our statutes clear, we probably should take a look at cleaning that up so the language reads the way the reality is. And along those lines, I've heard the amount of money thrown out there that the state spent $4 million on defending that lawsuit, which when a suit is made has to be defended. Of that $4 million, around $1 million was spent by the state with its expert witnesses and the attorneys that were used in the case. Over $3 million of that was having to pay the plaintiff's attorney fees. And so that's how much the other side spent arguing that case. And it's standard that when the state loses, they pay those fees. I will also add that when Senate Bill 3 was in place, we conducted an election using those statutes, and that election ran very, very smoothly. And it was after that that the court made their ruling that it was unconstitutional, based on whatever reasoning it was that they felt was appropriate. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from committee members? It's always good to be the speaker at lunchtime. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up today here in regards to registering an opinion on HB 1203. We have 6 people who signed up who did not speak, 3 in favor and 3 against. And with that, I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 1203. This committee is in lunch recess. We will be back here at 1 o'clock to have executive session on the listed bills. Thank you. everybody that we are essentially live streamed from the morning when it goes on. Do they put a sign up when we're in recess, Christina? They do. All right. So we are back. It is a little after 1 o'clock. This is the House Election Law Committee. Today is February 10th. We have a number of bills scheduled for executive session starting at 1 p.m. So with that, we are going to start with and go through them as listed. The first one is CACR 17. This is relating to ballot measures, and it provides that upon petition by voters, a question may be placed on the ballot of statewide elections. There were two sponsors of the bill. Is there a motion? Representative Barry.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I move that CACR 17 be inexpedient to legislate.
I second the motion, Madam Chair.
Very briefly, Madam Chairman, as I said during the hearing, New Hampshire elects its state government every 2 years. We're one of the very few states that change out every facet of state government every 2 years. By such, and given that we have such small state representative districts, we are already incredibly responsive to the people, and that I view this as unnecessary given our current form of government.
Is there any further discussion on this?
Chair.
Representative Bergeron.
I also will support the motion. Here in New Hampshire, every bill gets a hearing and a vote, and I think we had a good experience this morning that shows it's not that hard to get a bill before the committee to be considered. I think our legislative body is very responsive to our constituents, and if they want a bill put before us, we do it for them. And so I will also vote to find this inexpedient to legislate.
Further discussion? I want to say that this is an issue that is not new for legislation to be brought before the legislature, whether there is a direct petition or relating to a referendum power of citizens. This is sort of a session reoccurrence, not to diminish its importance. And I will just note that in my review of notes, I actually ended up pulling up CACR 17 on statewide referendum powers, only it was from 2 sessions ago. So it comes up so often we actually randomly can get the same number assigned to it. I also want to say, and I don't know that this really came up, my concern about this bill and this process, and I understand the desire for it, is that New Hampshire is very local. We have local elections. I like to think that as a people, we have very local control over what happens, even up to the state government. And I think that this type of the ability to do this type of thing would encourage out-of-state money to address issues directly by virtue of the power of the dollar as compared through legislation, which is, I view, much more the power of the people. So I understand the need for this, but in a state governed the way it is, I am not sure it is appropriate. Anything else before I call the vote? Seeing none, I'm going to ask Representative Hayward to call the vote. The motion on the floor is ITL CACR 17.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Terosian.
Yes.
Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Groen.
Yes.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative LaSalles.
Yes.
Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Wilhelm.
Yes.
Representative Bergeron.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Perez.
Yes.
Representative Hamer.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes. No. Oh, God. Yes, sorry. I got so excited about my microphone.
Representative Freitas.
Yes.
Representative Hamlet.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the vote is 20-0.
If there is no objection, that will go on the consent calendar. I'm seeing none, so we will mark that for the consent. The next bill we have scheduled for executive session is HB 1008, establishing a commission to study the structure and election calendar of New Hampshire municipal government. Is there a motion? Representative Barry.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I move that HB 1008 be inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second that.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Very briefly, Madam Chairman, it's not the right time for this legislation. It should be something that we should consider in the future. Sometimes these sponsors can get a little off the wall, but I think it's going to be inexpedient to legislate.
Representative Wilhelm.
I just want to echo that sometimes the sponsors can be a little off the wall. So I will also be voting ITL.
I want to thank the persons who moved this and seconded this. When I looked at this bill, I pondered in the second year of the session going into elections where we would find 3 members of the Senate, governor, and Secretary of State that would be willing to serve on this. And I think that underlying this, there might be a question about whether allowing elections to be held all at the same time of year instead of going through what we're going through now, which is elections in March, might be something that would be interesting to look at. But I agree that this is probably not appropriate at this point in time. Any further discussion? Yeah, fortunately, there are not minutes taken of executive session. All right, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yeah.
Clerk says yes. Representative Terosian.
Yes.
Representative Berry.
A resounding yes.
Representative Groen.
Yes.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative LaSalle.
Yes.
Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Bergeron.
Yes.
Representative Wilhelm. Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Perez.
Yes.
Representative Hamer.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Freitas.
Yes.
Representative Hamlet.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
vote is 20 to nothing.
the vote is 20 to 0 with no objection. That will go on the consent calendar. And for people who may be watching, I want to thank Representative Sweeney, who participated in the motion and voted. It was, if you're not watching, if you're watching, you don't know this. The bill we just essentially said go away to was a bill proposed by him. So hence the little joviality here. We were not trying to be disrespectful to anybody. Well, maybe some people were trying to be disrespectful. All right, the next bill we have scheduled for executive session is HB 1082. This is a bill prohibiting certain state officers from forming political action committees. Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move ought to pass on 1082.
And is there a second?
I can say.
Representative Alexander seconds it. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. There are 3 states, Tennessee, Maine, and New Hampshire, where these constitutional officers are selected by the legislature. And the experience in Maine, where I spoke to Bruce Peliquin, you probably all know him as the former congressman from Maine, but prior to that, he was the treasurer of Maine, and then prior to that, he was in the financial services business, spoke to the treasurer of Maine, a man named Mr. Shapiro. This was back in the early 80s, and Mr. Shapiro had a PAC and was requesting money for that PAC. And Mr. Peliquin was quite surprised about that because of the conflict of interest. And not long after that, the legislature in Maine passed a bill very similar to the one that we have here today in front of us. And for that reason, I believe that this should be, this should pass, and I'll be voting yes on ought to pass.
Thank you, Representative Prudhomme O'Brien. Anyone else wish to comment on this motion?
Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes,
Yeah,
Representative Bergeron.
Thank you, Representative McDonald. I'll be voting against the motion of ought to pass. We took this up, I think most recently in 2019, and at that time, it was pointed out that the right to participate in democracy through political contributions has been protected by the First Amendment, and that was the Supreme Court's ruling in Buckley versus Vallejo. So in addition to acknowledging that we do have a First Amendment right to raise funds for campaign purposes, I would just note that the way the legislation is written, it may prohibit the candidate from forming a political committee, but that doesn't say that no one else can do it on their behalf and then just donate the funds to the person running for that office. So I don't see where the legislation would be effective, and I also believe it would not stand up to a constitutional challenge.
Further discussion? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. I just want to add to that, not exactly in response to Mr. Bergeron's, but there was a few other things I wanted to add. The state of Tennessee, the Secretary of State in Tennessee that I spoke to back when I first introduced this bill a few years ago, said the state legislature in Tennessee would write him out on at a town if he tried to create a political action committee in running for Secretary of State. Just a smaller legislature, maybe education among the members is a little different the way that goes. They have fewer newcomers each year, for example. So that was one of the concerns. In addition, there's a whole month, 2 months, month and a half or so between when people are elected in New Hampshire and when we have to select the Secretary of State. That gives the Secretary of State candidates or people that are interested in that position enough time to contact each and every one of us, even though there are a lot of us, that they do have the option to do that. So just wanted to add that as well. Thank you.
Further discussion? The bill under discussion for vote is HB 1082. The motion on the floor is OTP. I'm seeing none. I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Tarosian.
Yes.
Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Groen.
Yes.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative LaSalle.
Yes.
Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Bergeron.
No. No.
Representative Wilhelm.
No.
Representative Ward.
No.
Representative Perez.
No.
Representative Hamer.
No.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Freitas.
No.
Representative Hamlet.
No.
Representative Muirhead.
No.
Chair.
Yes.
The vote is 11-9 in favor.
All right. HB 1082 will be reported out of committee as OTP. I'm assuming there will be a majority and a minority report on that. The next bill we have scheduled for executive session today is 1149. HB 1149 is relative to the number of names required for nomination by nomination papers. Is there a motion on HB 1149? Representative Groen. And is there a second?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Representative Alexander seconds it. Representative Groen, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would, Madam Chair. This bill reduces by 2/3 the threshold for... This bill reduces by 2/3 the threshold for filing nomination papers for various elected positions in New Hampshire. We heard testimony that this would very likely crowd the ballots, make the ballots more difficult to understand. And I can particularly understand that in races like President, United States Senator, Governor, where under this bill only 1,000 registered voters would be required for those nomination papers. I think that the current thresholds that we have in law are adequate, and they should remain.
Is there any further discussion on HB 1149? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Terosian.
Yes.
Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Groen.
Yes.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative LaSalle.
Yes.
Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Bergeron.
Yes.
Representative Wilhelm.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Perez.
Yes.
Representative Hamer.
Yes.
Representative Lane. Representative Freitas.
Yes.
Representative Hamlet.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the vote is 20-0.
The vote is 20-0 to recommend that HB 1149 be found inexpedient to legislate. Without objection, that will go on the consent calendar. The next bill that we have is HB 1174 relative to election challengers. You have all been given an amendment, 2022-0649. Is there a motion in regards to the amendment? Representative McDonald.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I move this amendment ought to pass.
Is there a second? Representative Sweeney seconds it. Would you like to speak to the motion, or would you rather have me speak to it since I did it?
Madam Chairman, you can be much more eloquent than I can, so I'll defer to you.
Thank you. The committee might recall that the sponsor of this talked about how it was very simple and clarified just as to where the location of the challengers was. As is often the case when I look at a bill, what one party thinks is simple and clarifies, I think, might cloud the issue. So I had a discussion with the sponsor, and I wanted to clarify two things because I felt the bill as written did not do it. One was in regards to being close to the location where ballots are hand counted. And ballots are hand counted for a number of reasons. One is for tabulation, and one is to count the number of ballots. And those occur at two different times or places in a polling place. I know in my polling place, when we are going through the ballots out of each machine at the end of the night, we have round tables set up at a number of locations in the gymnasium, and there would really be no effective way of putting anybody within 6 feet of those tables because we have a number of tables going through just counting the physical ballot as compared to ballots that are rejected by the machine, overvoted ballots, which are being looked at by workers at the polls, which is a different exercise than counting. So I spoke to the sponsor to clarify what his intent was, and the intent was to be able to watch where a completed ballot is being interpreted by an election worker for the purposes of counting. So I asked OLS to make a change to that. So I had them change the language to provide that it would be for the hand counting of ballots for the tabulation of votes. Because at the end of the night, when we're counting our piles of 25 and cross-changing them, I don't know that anybody really cares about viewing that. The second thing was the regards to the line of sight for an electronic ballot counting device. I didn't, and the second part of that was the language was within stand within 6 feet. And I just was uncomfortable with that language, and I asked them to change the language of not more than 6 feet. Because I didn't want people to be able to say, I want to be a foot within 6 feet. I wanted to have the limit that the moderator could set. And those were the two changes that were made. I didn't really think that there was an issue in regards to maintaining a line of sight on the actual ballot counting machines. That seems pretty straightforward. And there's no requirement, in my opinion, to be close to that to see that they're operating or who's using them, just approaching it. So those were the reasons that you have an amendment before you. Questions or discussion?
Question?
Representative Bergeron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, you said the intent of the amendment is to just allow for the watching or the close viewing of the actual counting of the ballots. So one of the diverters have been removed from the AccuVote machines in most towns and cities. And so now election officials have to physically sort through all those ballots to find any with write-ins. That work wouldn't necessarily have to be within 6 feet of observers, is that correct?
That would be my position. That's why I specifically tied it to tabulating votes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Hamblett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So does this mean that the moderator could set a limit of 4 feet? They can't.
Right.
Does the
He couldn't set a limit of 8 feet.
He couldn't set 8 feet, but
Right.
anything up. So
Up
the moderator
to 6
still
feet.
could say.
But if he set it at 6 feet, I think the other one, it would have been 5'11", there could have been at least a discussion about, no, I want to be closer. I wanted to make it clear that it was something that could be set within the 6 feet, and it would be what it was going to be.
Right. So further question?
Sure.
So, if the challenger said, I need to stand 1 foot away so I can see,
No,
then
the
the moderator
moderator
could
has
say.
the option to go up to 6 feet.
Yeah. Okay.
Further questions? I have to tell you, 20 years ago, I probably would have thought 6 feet was way too close, but as I get older, I think 6 feet is probably about right. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll on the amendment.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
So, yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Terosian.
Yes.
Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Groen.
Yes.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative LaSalle.
Yes.
Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Bergeron.
Yes.
Representative Wilhelm.
Yes.
Representative Ward. Representative Perez.
Yes.
Representative Hamer.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Freitas.
Yes.
Representative Hamlet.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
vote is 20-0.
Thank you. HB 1174 now stands on the floor as amended, Amendment 2022-649. Is there a motion on the current motion, on the current item before the board? Representative Groen.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move ought to pass on 1174 as amended.
Is there a second? Yes, Madam Chair. Representative Alexander seconds. Did you want to speak to your motion, Representative Groen?
Yes, I do, for reasons as eloquently stated by our chair. I believe that this is a good amendment. It clarifies the intent of the bill, and the bill now as amended will help to add clarity to our election processes.
Any further discussion on the motion on the floor, which is House Bill 1174 OTP as amended? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll. Oh, sorry. Oh, Representative Ward, thank
Sorry,
you.
thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make sure in my own mind that this refers only to the appointed challengers, not members of the general public.
Correct. I believe challengers has a legal definition, and that's what we're talking about.
Okay, I just wasn't sure some of the witnesses knew that. So, thank you.
All right, I'll ask, seeing nothing else, I'll have the clerk call the roll. Thank you.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Terosian.
Yes.
Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Groen.
Yes.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Lascelles.
Yes.
Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Bergeron.
Yes.
Representative Wilhelm.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Perez.
Yes.
Representative Hamer.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Freitas.
Yes.
Representative Hamlet.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
The vote is 20 to 0.
Thank you. The vote is 20 to 0. Without objection, that will go on the consent calendar. The next item noticed for vote this afternoon is HB 1197 relative to the definition of party for election purposes. Do I have a motion? Representative Sweeney.
Madam Chair, I move we find House Bill 1197 inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Representative Terosian seconds it. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Sweeney?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Very briefly, this bill would change the threshold for party access to the ballot or party recognition in the state of New Hampshire, from the current 4% threshold in the preceding statewide election to just 1% in the preceding statewide election. We have a fairly simple system in New Hampshire for third-party candidates to get on the ballot to prove with signature petitions that they can currently get on the ballot. And if a third-party candidate does not meet the sufficient signature requirements, we then go a step further and allow for write-in candidacies for any office on the ballot if someone were so motivated to organize their campaign that way. In recent years, we've seen a third party achieve party recognition status in the state of New Hampshire. In 2016, the Libertarian Party had more than 4% in the gubernatorial election, and they gained party recognition status, but they were not able to maintain it, and they lost it after the 2018 elections. So I think currently our laws on party recognition are fair, and this proposal and any of the amendments that were associated with this bill do not need to go into effect at this point. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on HB 1197?
Madam Chair.
Representative Bergeron.
Thank you. I agree with Representative Sweeney. And I would just add, though, while there are some who might feel that the 4% is a high threshold, the 1% that's proposed in this legislation is by all means much too low. And therefore, I'll support the motion to find this inexpedient to legislate.
Further discussion? I got to figure out when we don't need subs for voting. This is amazing. All right. If there's no further discussion, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Terosian.
Yes.
Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Groen.
Yes.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Lascelles.
Yes.
Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Bergeron.
Yes.
Representative Wilhelm.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Perez.
Yes.
Representative Hamer.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Freitas.
Yes.
Representative Hamlet.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
The vote is 20-0.
The vote on HB 1197 is to recommend ITL with no objection. That will go on the consent calendar. The next item scheduled for executive session this afternoon is HB 1252. This is relative to political contributions made by certain business entities that receives grants, and it refers specifically to those organizations that receive grants from the state of New Hampshire. Is there a motion on this? Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a motion of inexpedient to legislate for House Bill 1252.
Is there a second?
I'll second that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Sweeney. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Terosian?
Yes, thank you. So, I actually like many parts of this bill. I think the intent is good. I certainly don't think it's good practice for businesses to take state money and then contribute money to candidates that are going to ensure, you know, in particular in a grant, that are going to ensure that that grant continues. So, however, as the language is written, it's just too broad. So I hope that the sponsor and/or other people next term consider bringing something back that I could support with tighter language. But at this time, it's not doable. So, hence the motion of ITL. Thank you.
Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? Seeing nothing, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Terosian.
Yes.
Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Braun.
Yes.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Lascelles.
Yes.
Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Bergeron.
Yes.
Representative Wilhelm.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Perez.
Yes.
Representative Hamer.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Freitas.
Yes.
Representative Hamlet.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote is 20-0.
Thank you. HB 1252 will be reported out of committee to the body as inexpedient to legislate. It will, not seeing any objection, it will go on the consent calendar. The next bill we have scheduled for a vote is 1383, requiring absentee ballot lists be provided to requesting parties within 1 business day. Does anybody want to speak to this? Representative Berry.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I'm asking the committee for a continuance on this. I'll have the final amendment, I believe, early next week. As I spoke to it at length, we're trying to address the issues that we introduced this new thing last election, last municipal election, and we're trying to work out the issues so that it's a more streamlined process for the town clerks and the supervisors, just the town clerks, so that we can execute the intention of the legislation that we passed without having to overburden them.
All right, I am going to honor that request, and we are going to continue executive session on 1383 to allow time for further work. The next bill scheduled is 1567, and I am actually asking letting the committee know that I am asking for a continuance and going to reschedule this so I can work on an amendment for this. You already have an amendment, 2022-2232. This bill is in regards to the removal of election officials from office. This bill was amended to try to address the amendment we have, some of the concerns that were brought to us in the public hearing on this. However, I think there are some other things that maybe might be appropriate to try to do in regards to the performance of duties by election officials within their own municipality that may stop short of a removal, and I would like an opportunity to explore it to see if an amendment could be done. So with that, our executive session for today is finished. Going forward, committee members, as you know, we have session next week on the 16th and the 17th. There will be no session for this committee next week. We have actually, and I don't quite know how this happened, I believe we have one bill left for public hearing. I don't know quite how my scheduling managed to do that. So 1163 relative to overvoted ballots, unless somebody remembers the public hearing that I don't.
We amended the CR last week.
Well, no, we have other, I'm talking about public hearings. So we have one bill that we have not had a public hearing on as far as the records show. And we have exec at this point about half of our bills. So I am anticipating a meeting either the last week in February or the first week in March. As soon as I set it, I will let you know, regardless of getting things into the calendar, to deal with the last public hearing, an executive session on I'm hoping, many of the bills. And then we will be having one meeting either the 9th or 10th of March after town meetings. Most town meetings will have occurred because our report out date is the 10th. So it will have to be the 9th or the 10th. But there are certain bills that I think might be appropriate for the committee to address after town meetings occur. So that is a plan. I will let you know as soon as I have figured out when we're going to meet, the last week in February or first week in March. And I will let you know as soon as I figure out whether it is the 9th or the 10th. And with that, thank you very much for coming today. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you for our substitutes around the table for joining us today. We hope you had a good time, and if they ask you, you'll come back.
Good bipartisan days.
Good bipartisan day. 20 no's out of there? Me and Matt Wilhelm voting together today.
Well, it might be worth, I may not be able to make the first week of March, but the last week of February is easy.
The vote on 1082, is that also, that wasn't 20 to 0, that was the,
Thank you.
you can't make a PAC if you're create a PAC if you're a Secretary of State. I can't believe that was 20 to 0.
No, the PAC one was not.
No, that was 11 to 9?
Yeah.
Okay. 1082 is one. I flipped by it twice now. I'm sure it was 11 to 9.
It was 11, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, for some reason I didn't write that one down. 11 to 9? Okay, thank you.
Okay.